Microphone test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Good that it works. Hello! I'm here. I'm back from Friday. Are we ready? Because I am. I've been almost dreaming about this game. Let's see who's here. We have Shalab, we have Mike, we have Jason, we have Ionix. Hello and welcome. Right? The soundtrack is so good. It is also from Love and Deep Space, called Destined Wish. Hi, Cat! Next playthrough will be Final Fantasy 12. Well, I already finished it, but I have a couple of optional bosses to do as well. So I'm gonna head in and do those as well. So when Zodiac Age, Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age is uploaded, that means that I already finished it. However, not the optional bosses. But you'll see what I thought about that game. Let's just say this. I freaking loved the Gambit system. The combat is incredibly fun. Michelle phone test. I laughed at that. Michelle's phone does work, receiving all the trash talking messages from Giselle. Oop! How I miss Boris loading. How's he doing, Bea? Have you played with him a little bit? Always! Boris always gets my attention. Every single day. Every single moment, almost. Hi Aura! Hi SB! And hi Mr. X! And we have Nuno as well. Everyone just dropping in. Welcome, welcome! Today we are continuing with the house in Fata Morgana. I always want to say on Fata Morgana, but it is in. Right? But I'll make a Boris loading screen. For Mass Effect, when we do the Mass Effect gameplay, then there's gonna be Boris streams. Oh, Jason, did you have a good birthday? I think you already told us that you did, but if you didn't... How's your kitty doing tonight? Well, right now he is with my parents, so he's not in my streaming room in here. I wish I could have him here, but he doesn't like to be moved from like place to place. So he only likes to be like in the main house with my parents. That's his like safe place. And also he's kind of a spoiled cat, so he wouldn't really let me stream. He'd be pulling the plugs. For real, he'd be pulling the plugs. I'm not even joking. Like if he finds the on and off button on my computer, he will push it. He'll be like, "Oh, you're giving this device that much attention. That means that somehow I can break this." That's my cat. Does Boris go scratchy on the plushies? He doesn't really care much about plushies. He has like a rat plushie, which he's had since he was a little kitten. So that one he likes. Otherwise, he kinda ignores all the other plushies. He does like one of the Raphael plushies. That's one of the ones that I don't have here. I keep it in the other streaming room, in the main house. I'm glad you had a great birthday. I'm really glad about that. I'm so excited to see who you were facing. I feel like people probably can guess, but I liked quite a few of them actually. Like there wasn't really anyone that I disliked, but I have favorites for sure. I think Aura was actually one that guessed it completely right. But I'm pretty sure I said it in one stream who were my favorites. I don't know if it's the popular ones or not. Oh, thank you so much, Shalev! Thank you! Oh no! Okay. Yeah, I just saw your message now, SB. I'm glad your wife is fine. Ooh. That sounds really tough. But I'm happy she's fine. Ah, hey Karlsson! Jajamän, dubbelstream. Hi Medal! Fata Morgana is one of the best works of human being. Ooh! You know what? This is one of the best visual novels I ever read, but I would say one of the best novels, actually. Because I haven't played that many visual novels. But I'm blown away. Completely blown away by Fata Morgana. It is so good. And we are now at the beginning of the 4th door. So I can barely wait to just head into the game. But I'm playing Resident Evil Requiem on higher difficulty right now, while watching and listening to your commentary while chatting. Multitasking! That's good. Recommend me to try Life is Strange series? I've actually been recommended the Life is Strange series. I've never played it, but I've heard that it's a good game. I will eventually play it. Because they also have like a streamers pack, so I can remove the copyrighted music. Only need to play the first. Oh! In which game? Life is Strange? Oh, because I did see that there was like a remake done. Are they like different? There are a lot of hidden gems there. I can imagine there are a lot of visual novels that are good. Because they're like books. But hopefully the next one has voice acting, because it's a lot of text to read. But it doesn't really bother me that much, because it is so freaking interesting that I don't really care that it's a lot to read. It just gets strained for the throat to read that much out loud. Oh, Life is Strange. Life is Strange 1 and prequel Before the Storm are good. Rest are so meh. Oh, I thought there was only one. One and then with some kind of a remake. Have you read Sakura no Uta, Toki or Tsubahibi? No, I haven't heard about those. Or it's the same one? Sakura no Uta, Toki or Tsubahibi. Is it two different games? Speaking of a lot to read, I'm writing the end of the Silent Hill story. It's almost done. The end inside. The big showdown with Lucas, Holly, and Caleb. How do you think it will end? Oh my goodness! Well, I'm hoping that Holly and Lucas makes it. Keeping my fingers crossed. But you never know. Rest are okay, but first one is 10 out of 10. Ah. What? There's like 5 of them? No, wow. Is it like with the same characters? Or do they switch up the characters? Or is that a spoiler? Well, if I can see the same characters on the cover, it's not. Maybe someday you will know. I thought it was really fun to read it on stream. I think everyone else thinks so too. That it was fun to have a reading session with the Silent Hill stories. Maybe Caleb will get away with everything. Right? Right, and he has that little girl on his side as well. Hi, Isra! Welcome! Let me see, double exposure, Captain something, that other one, something colors, so almost basically 5. Life is Strange Reunion. It might be the last episode of the series. Oh, is there like a package where you can buy all of the games? Or do you have to buy them separately? I haven't even heard about Reunion and double exposure. Yeah, I also want to know how long the games are. What I know about Life is Strange is that you have to do quick choices. Like a lot of the times you do quick choices. Like, is it like a QT? Something like that? I think not Bea, separately maybe. Ah, okay. I see. There's new one that double exposure follows the story after the first game, but it's so lame and poorly written. Ah, is it not by like the same, is it the same game studio, the same like developers, writers, or like completely different? Oh, let's just say it's not as advanced as Detroit Become Human, for example. What? Detroit Become Human? That game was ahead of its time. Really ahead of its time. Like, looking back at that game, I would have assumed that it was like published like last year at least, because the graphics are insane. The story is so fascinating, and it would have been like, yeah, they were ahead of its, they were definitely ahead of their time, because now with AI as well, it would have been also a perfect moment to do some kind of remaster or something. But I don't think they could like polish the graphics, but I think it's already like 10 out of 10. It looks super good. Like, there's nothing they really have to change or anything. Maybe do a sequel. A sequel. With other characters? Detroit, I just felt so freaking lucky with the endings that I got with Detroit, because dang, when I played the other past, oh my goodness, yeah, I would have been depressed if I got that on my first run. Yeah, the choices are kind of problem, but other than that, I think Life is Strange a good game series. Okay. Would Life is Strange be good to play on a live stream? Maybe? Although if it is like quick choices, then we don't really have time to think, really. Have you played Dying Light? Would be interesting to see you survive through that. Ooh, Dying Light! Why do I feel like someone recommended this to me before? Dying Light. It kind of reminds me, like, it has Metro vibes, just looking at it, but this is zombies? I haven't played Metro, but it's just giving off that vibe a little bit. Well, zombies... I think I can handle zombies more than I can handle like stressful situation and more like psychological, like Silent Hill, but I plowed through Silent Hill, so if the story and characters are good, then I can definitely do it. I also really to play a game Dispatch sometimes, where you can mostly relax while playing. I've gotten Dispatch recommended to me, but I don't know. There should be like, somebody told me that you can like censor the game. Like there is in the settings options where you can censor. Otherwise, I think YouTube will just PAM my videos. Just strike them right through. Oh, I got emotionally crushed by Detroit. Oh, yes. Yes. Totally. What game is the one that is resonating with you more to play next? For me, it is Mass Effect and Final Fantasy VIII. Those two. So that's what I'm thinking, like after Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age has been uploaded, I will begin playing and uploading Final Fantasy VIII. And then we'll do Mass Effect Legendary Edition for stream. And maybe we should do Dispatch on stream. I just have to check if it is possible to censor. If you really want to be stressed out by horror games, try Outlast. Oh my god! Y'all! That one? No! I saw Markiplier play one of those. There's like 2 Outlast games, right? I know I saw him play one of them and I couldn't even continue watching his playthroughs because it stressed me the hell out and I wasn't even the one playing! You should play the Fatal Frame demo on stream sometime. It's very short and you can see if you resonate with it. I feel like Fatal Frame would definitely be like a game that I would continue. And not just because everyone got cute outfits, but I love the fashion in the Fatal Frame games. Like every single time I see like one of the main characters from Fatal Frame, they have such good outfits. Like I want all of those outfits. Are you gonna play Fatal Frame 2 Remake, Bea? Yes. That is a yes. Yeah, there are some scenes, very few, but you can censor. When will the first video of Final Fantasy XII be uploaded, Slash? I'm too excited. Let me check. I've forgotten already. I think I edited 2 videos so far. 12. Wait. On the 12th of March. And that is on a Thursday. And then after the 12th, you will also have a Friday episode on the 13th. So on Friday the 13th will be the second part of oh, I just realized that I haven't switched the titles. Well, I'll do that later. So kind of a double episode. But I'm gonna try to upload them as I usually do on Tuesday and Thursday, and occasionally on Fridays if I have the time. I haven't had much time when I've been recording 11 Deep Space because the main story chapters have been pretty long, so I haven't really had time to do any editing other than those 2 videos. I threw in the towel 45 minutes in on Outlast 2, chickened out. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know if it was Outlast 1 or Outlast 2 where there was like some kind of a chasing. That stressed me the frick out. Just watching it, I was like, nope. Silent Hill F, why won't you try play it on stream? I will play that one. Although not now. I feel like it's a little bit in the future. I have a couple other games that I want to play first. True, it's a pity video game clothing won't fly in real life. Yeah. Like, why? Why can't we just all wear video game clothing? We'd all look so fashionable, so cool, so beautiful. Yeah. There's a game, Stray Gods, the playable musical. This is Choice's game, like Detroit Become Human, detective story plus musical. Oh, is it one of the videos that you shared with me, Kat? After Fata Morgana, what will be the next stream, Bea? After Fata Morgana, we will have Mass Effect, the trilogy. There's an interesting art style there, and everyone sings. Yeah, that has to be the one that you shared with me. It looked interesting. She needs to play Silent Hill A to E first. Hi, Daryl! Welcome! Ooh. She will react to it tomorrow. Oh! Is it about the new trailer? I am super excited to watch the new solo trailer with Xavier. But I didn't have any time today. Hopefully I can make time for it tomorrow. And I haven't been spoiled. I've tried to go, you know, been a little bit offline. Not much on any social media. Just so it's a surprise when I watch it. It's about 6 to 8 hours. Maybe after Mass Effect you could pick shorter games. That way there's more variation across streams over time. Yeah, we could do that. Then we could do like Dispatch, Life is Strange. Those 2 games aren't too long, right? Since they're like choices-based games. What's the next playthrough of Love and Deep Space, Bea? Tomorrow is main story update, so it is the 4th chapter. What was it even called? Hold on, let me look. Like Drifters... What was it? No, Divergence Stirs is the 4th main story update with Raphael. Heads up, I did cry. I did cry. Yeah. The writers of Love and Deep Space, they really do love to make us emotional. I haven't played Life is Strange either, but it's very popular from what I see. Well, I have gotten it recommended a couple of times, but not too many. And I haven't really heard anyone talk about it like IRL. Like none of my gamer friends have really like mentioned it. I don't have many gamer friends IRL, but online. They love to make you emotional specifically. Yeah. Like it's just an emotional roller coaster. Like I just had a feeling going into the new main story chapters. I was like, hold on. Why are they taking up this kind of discussion right now? Should I be scared? And then they make me laugh, and then they make me cry. And then laugh again, yeah. There is a game where you have psychic power. Oh, you play as a little girl who is kind of like 11 from Stranger Things. Why does that sound... It sounds like I've heard about that game. All my IRL gamer friends only play Call of Duty and Fortnite. Well, the IRL gamer friends I have are usually those kind of players as well, or they are the kind of players that skip cutscenes. Skip cutscenes, skip dialogues. Just like my colleagues. But my colleagues, most of them have kids, so like I understand that they just wanna wind down when they come home and just play a game. And then I realized like how little time they actually have for playing games, because they're like have been playing a game for a year that is like 40 hours at maximum. Well, at least it's a game about teenage girls, so its demographic are not as broad for you to encounter that often. Uh-huh. I had a friend at school who skipped cutscenes, then said the game barely has a story. I cannot comprehend what I was hearing. Yeah. The audacity those people have to say that something has a bad story, or someone doesn't have a character development, and they're like skipping important cutscenes and dialogues. They're just like, I'm done with the game now. Like, it's not even enjoyable playing an RPG if you just skip everything. But I can definitely understand it, like, if you have a very hectic life and you happen to have kids and you just wanna, you know, you just wanna combat. I also don't have many gamer friends, which is why I'm always oblivious to things that are popular or trending sometimes. Girl, same! try to play Tales of Arise, Bea, or the Tales of series. Playing Tales of Arise and it's a good anime game. The true protagonist reminds me of the lovers Cloud and Aerith. Ooh! I do want to play the Tales series, but there's like... I just have a thing where I don't really like an anime aesthetic when I'm playing games. I don't know why. Like, I watch anime, but it is just like the style isn't very like So it makes me just, you know, push it back on my list. I do like a 90s anime style though, like Lunar Story. That style. I have that one, so I will play it. And which I like when they have like different style. Final Fantasy, they have one style. And Nier Automata, they have one style. And Final Fantasy 12 also has a very unique style. Magna Carta, Tears of Blood has a unique style. Those I kinda gravitate toward. Hi Soul Wave! From Canada, ooh! Always wanted to go there. Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, I haven't watched that one, but I've heard my colleagues actually talk about that anime series. But I've heard about it, but never, I don't know what it's about. So we won't expect the Persona series anytime soon. Yeah, that is... yeah, I need to really... Like, if I head into the game and I get really, like, sucked into the gameplay and story, then I'm not gonna care about, like, the art style. But it's just something... I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it just doesn't grab my attention. Like, I like a unique art style. But eventually I will. Silent Hill 4 after Mass Effect. Silent Hill 4. Wait, what is the name of Silent Hill 4? Is Silent Hill 4 the one called The Room? Oh, please do. You will love it. Yu Yu Hakusho. That one? You know what? I'm gonna just search it up. Hakusho. Oh! Okay! I like this style! I like this, like, old anime style. 90s. It looks like. Yeah, this is the style I like. Maybe because it's so unusual from today's anime. So I really like this aesthetic. And like the old Sailor Moon aesthetic. I love that. Oh, okay, so it is the one called The Room. Yeah, and Silent Hill 1 is the one that's gonna be made a remake of. Was that one called Townsfall? Was it that one? I saw the trailer and there was this, like, creature with some kind of, like, speakers. It looks so spooky! I'm also voting for Persona games. Well, I might have to bump it up then. Well, I really do like that kind of anime aesthetic, so if anyone have any other anime aesthetic that are similar to that one, I saw this called like War on Lodos or of Lodos. That one, I have it on my to watch list. So far I watched 2 episodes, but I haven't had time to continue. But the art style, oh my gosh, I love it. Silent Hill 4 The Room has great music and atmosphere, but I'm not a fan of the actual gameplay. Oh. What is it about the gameplay that you don't like, if I may ask? Is it the camera? Or do you have like inventory like the Resident Evil games? Oh, I hope not. Persona is good and all. Huh. What? Statistically proven it's impossible to finish. What? Bear, you're planning vacation very soon? Well, I don't really know. Where I'm gonna go this year. Or if I'm just staying in Sweden, or maybe, you know, going to the neighboring countries. We'll see where I end up. I am gonna go to Stockholm for a couple of days. That's about all I have planned so far. I'll just see where the future takes me. Persona 5 is really long. Well, and if I only do like the main story, is it still like very long? Oh, Persona 5 takes like 70 hours to finish. What? For just main story? Mainly the combat is very clunky, camera is a bit wonky, and there is a lot of backtracking. I wish it was funner to play, because the actual characters and story of Silent Hill 4 is great. Oh. I feel like that is also something that I'd be like, I don't like that. Especially camera angles can really get to me. Oh, no one in the world has finished it to this day. Not possible. What? What kind of mechanism does Persona 5 have? Persona 5 is confusing. I couldn't really get into it. Whoa. Now I'm quite like curious, like what is it about it that is so impossible to finish? Like, is it impossible to finish 100% or just like finish the main story? You guys know a game called Scarlet Nexus? I feel like I've heard about it. Does it have like this like anime aesthetic to it? Bonding mechanics with different characters. Oh, is it that is difficult? Persona 5 main story was 80 hours for me. The side content isn't substantial. It's just the story that is massive. Oh. Ah. It's a joke, okay? You can play the story, you don't need to complete everything. Yeah, I always been the person that just, you know, completes the story. And side quests if the side quests are interesting. Like in the Nier Replicant has really great side quests, and Lightning Returns has really good side quests. I also like the side quest of 13-2. Slash, the game I mentioned is called Beyond Two Souls. It has a 4.5 rating on Steam. Oh! I've heard about it. But I don't have it on my to-playlist. Maybe I should add it. Copy, paste. There we go. Well, I just spent 100 hours on Octopath Traveler. Octopath Traveler is also on my to-playlist. Are you telling me 100 hours? Well, maybe... Are you a completionist? Is that why? I love to play games with side and main. If it's very long progress, I don't gotta mind. Yeah, if it's good, I don't mind it either. I like playing Astral Chain. You play as police officers. Oh, I never heard about that one. I play farming games that are meant to be played for years, so I don't have a problem with that. Just take my time and play them at my own pace. That's what I'm feeling with Love and Deep Space. Until they shut the game down. I did not finish the Mega Post game boss, but it did drag out the game a bit, but it is very long. Come on everyone, shorter games! Well, for streams, shorter games are kinda the best, since I don't stream a lot. Like, the maximum I can do is probably like twice. Twice a week. I build a lot in Infinity Nikki. Maybe I will share my house in Discord. Oh, yeah, please do that! I haven't even started my house in Infinity Nikki. I haven't even logged on for way too long. Way too long now. But I also need to make time for it. You guys, I feel like we should head into the game now, because I really wanna continue reading Door 4. A lot of JRPGs can be a little long and grindy, which is why you need to bump up Lunar 1 and 2. You can beat both games in 60-70 hours and you will love it. Yeah, I have I think that Lunar Tier 1, Lunar Story 1 and 2, I think that I might play it after Final Fantasy VIII, so very soon. Since I do have the desire to play it. And I feel like playing it. Okay, pausing the music. And I'm gonna... Where is the game? There it is. Owned games. Fata Morgana. Let's go. There, and we switch to this scene. And the game music seems to be working. It's working on my end. Is the game music working for you guys? Great. And also, for anyone who is new to this stream, I don't mind if you guys help me with the choices in this game, because I really, really, really want every single door. Okay, Shalev, good night, sweet dreams. Thank you for stopping by. There are several games you can play in 4 to 10 hours. You want to try one after one long game slash. Oh, that is a good idea. That is a really good idea. Just one level in Astrobot and you'll love it. I haven't even thought about trying Astrobot. It seems like it is a platform game. But maybe, you know, if it has a good story, good characters. Let's move it a little bit. There. Getting recommended so many games. Unfortunately, you don't have infinite time. Yeah. But when I do have free time, I do play games. But now I usually just play games that I want to play and want to record as well. So I don't really play any game that I'm not gonna upload. Right, I almost forgot, you guys. Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. Those are 2 games that I definitely need to play soon. Since I got the Switch 2, I really want to play it on that. Slash, don't forget to check the backlogs. Exactly. We need to do that a couple of times. Such sacrilege. It has love and joy, heart and soul. Astrobot, huh? Okay. You know what? I believe you. Hold on, I'm gonna press record now. It might... oh, let me get up my stats so I can see. So, internet is good and recording. There. Sometimes when I press start recording, it kinda like lags in the beginning. So I kinda wait a little bit before I do anything. I recommend Love and Deep Space. Yeah, well, they have short cards, so it works. And maybe we can decorate my home, and you guys can help me decorate. Because I haven't decorated my house in Love and Deep Space. Twilight Princess is a fun game too. Yes, I've gotten that one recommended so many times too. And Twilight Princess, I really like the look of that game. The art style is really, really nice. It probably has a really, really good story as well, because Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask especially. Like that game. But it's gonna feel different playing it now, because when I played it, I didn't know as good English, and I didn't understand that much of like the quest and such. I just know that it was very like dark and heavy, and I felt scared a lot of times, so we're gonna see. Inspect memories. Most recent. We were here. Yes. Wait, Near Replicant has a lot of inspiration from it. Oh, you mean Twilight Princess? Oh, then I'm definitely gonna bump it up my list. Also love the hoodie. Ha! Yeah! For anyone who doesn't know, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean. I'm a really big fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Ooh! Ooh, this music, you guys! Oh my gosh! She wasn't sure about it being a mobile game and all. Yeah, I was very anti against like all mobile games. I was like, because I was very sure that I would my interest would drop like a week after. I thought like I will play it like a week or a month at maximum and then drop it. But then I continued playing, and now I'm also a content creator for Love and Deep Space. Since November. So that's that. No plushie in hoodie today. Who's gonna be the plushie? Wait, which anime? Wait. I thought my internet dropped there, but it didn't. It says utmärkt in Swedish, so that means wonderful. Or maybe there's another word in English that is more accurate for it. Okay. Let's start reading. Hold on, I need water first. Alright. So maybe I should recap a little bit. We are inside door 4 and it's already very weird. We have these like hidden messages in the backlog that is in red text, and a lot of the dialogue is also X'd out. So my theory so far is that this door is being like rewritten, like it's being corrupted, and someone is helping it being that way. Like, for now I'm thinking that it might be the white-haired girl that is doing this. It's either her or like the maid who is doing it. Yeah, let's continue. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken up residence in the mansion. Staying in that house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. To anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as a part of their everyday lives, it would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the one place she could find respite. She and Michel continued to be distant, however. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had explicitly told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in the hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never for more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not have even met her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face. "Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon..." The cellar was where their food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables and dried foods, smoked meats and cheeses. Her daily meals were taken from the supplies there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have gone to the village to procure more. Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. Hehe. But master, you know, a young, delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. How does he normally get his supplies, I wonder? Maybe he has a bird doing all his bidding, like a crow. From there, other questions about Michel started rising in her mind. No matter how lifeless he seemed, surely he still had to eat, right? If he's not a vampire... Well, he... blood bags, or you know, he goes out, gets a rabbit or two. The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber. But on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionless at the door, lit by a single candle. He appeared to be waiting for something. May I ask you a question? Go on. I was just down in the cellar, and I noticed we were running low on food. Do you normally go down to the village to restock? I haven't been outside in 10 years. Then how do you... What if I told you I don't eat? At all? Like, not even blood? Dust bunnies? Maybe he doesn't need it. Like, what kind of energy being are you? What? That I'm not of this world. Hold on, let me check the backlog real quick. Any red text? Well, that I'm not of this world, and as such I have no need of sustenance. What would you think of that? Are you joking, or are you for real? That sounds very, economical? Well, it does! He must be rich, okay? If he doesn't eat. No, but... He doesn't work either, but he has stuff to sell. And his family is sending him these parchments, these books. So they must be sending him stuff as well. If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too. Y'all, the white-haired girl of this story is very, very different from the one in the first, the second, and the third. Like, I'm almost like thinking that she might be... it doesn't really... Does it make sense? Well, I mean, she could have a completely different personality, but since she's had like the same kind of personality in the three others, I'm like, can this be someone else? This could be a different white-haired girl. And I mean, he also has white hair, so are they connected somehow? Maybe we'll get into that. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too. Y'all, it's so funny when he looks sideways, he's like... It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time. Darn it! I almost believed you. Did you hide something? Okay, I'm not gonna check that frequently then. Was I supposed to be afraid? Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait and you will find out. What do you... It's here. Okay, so they have food delivery. Like, you know, Foodora. Okay. Oh? If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door. But, I'm in hiding. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Michelle, you go. There's no one at the door anymore. Oh, okay. The knock is nothing more than a signal. A signal. This is like in the COVID times, when you ordered food for delivery. The white-haired girl turned toward Michel to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Find the answer yourself, he seemed to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will, then marched over to the door. Oh, that was loud! Yeah, jump scared me almost. So bright. The sunlight, which she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark, her eyes were no longer accustomed to that much light. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light... What's this? She noticed a crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michelle about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michelle from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light more than the one with. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house. But eventually she did manage to drag it through the front door. And then everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air. You can leave it there. I'll take care of the rest. What's... Without a word, Michelle approached her and the box, withdrawing a knife that he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut through the rope that bound the box. Go on, open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside this unexpected delivery. However, whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, what she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. Haha, is something amusing? It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was worried about what might be inside. We were just talking about the supplies in the cellar. So we were. It completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved, just like what's in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would deliver all of this to you? There should be a book in there as well. What? Oh, there it is. His family? In the library he said that his family sends him one book a month. Does that mean this box came from them? If so, then why did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? Maybe he's exiled. Okay, let's see if there's any red text. Nothing yet. Hi Tatiana! Welcome! What happened between him and his family? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here? Take the book to the library, please. I will bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar. But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it. That won't be necessary. Take the book and go. But... Fine, then stay here. I'll take care of everything. Wait, hold on, please. What is it? You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help but be curious. Say what you have to say, please. I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here in this mansion? Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you perhaps be imprisoned here? Is that it? I told you this the very first day. I'm cursed. So you are kinda stuck here then. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house. Yes, but that's such a vague answer. Yeah. I like how much she's just questioning him. This is not the regular white-haired girl. Like, sure, she could be different. But I don't think it's the same one. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, she said her name is Giselle, but we don't know any other Giselle. We don't know the appearance of Giselle. There's so much I don't know. And I'm not even sure if your curse actually exists. I see. That is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view. Having been branded a witch because of your appearance. It would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. All right then. Come with me. What? I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heels, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face, like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. That smile carved into his mask was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. But despite the twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michel. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd, with such height and long hair, his presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. She felt that he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. Many things are buried here. Huh? Mice, insects, wildcats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seemed to be around this mansion? You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. Maybe like he drains some kind of a life source from other surrounding like creatures. Like he siphons, is that the word? The only sound you can hear is the wind blowing. Or you know, an alternate realm. It's like a rift. Like there's the regular world and then there's his world. Now that you mention it, it did seem peculiar. They were all killed by me. Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. You have your answer now. A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Let me guess, it's gonna just fall and die. Michel held out a finger before himself, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down upon it to rest its wings. It's gonna die, isn't it? Like everything he touches dies. Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment. All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I exhale, my flesh and blood is poison to all life. But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last futile attempt to fight gravity. And then, without warning, it shriveled up into a dry husk. Oh, that is a bad curse. Yo, I feel bad for him. It's dead, all dried up and lifeless. Like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. Now we really need to. Oh, a lot of it is deleted. And no red text. If this is his curse, though, it explains much. There are more than just insect and animal corpses buried here too. Servants who came to visit me long ago are here beneath the ground, under our very feet. That's why the servant leaves before I open the door. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. No one is interested enough in seeing me to take that risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you. So that's why you have never once touched me. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up. And only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. When I offered to help you carry it, you refused. Oh, well, they didn't they say this was gonna be like a tragic love story? I'm scared for these two. Because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush against mine. My actions were not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people. Others' interests mean nothing to me. I feel like she's gonna grow on him. He's just trying to isolate himself because of this curse. What an odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real? No, I do. It is certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable, but you've shown me more than enough evidence. And I don't believe you're lying to me right now either. In which case, you now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. You said that if you left, you would be killed. But it's been some time since then. If you're careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here. He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on. How many lives he's inadvertently taken. And how he must have felt every time it happened. How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. Y'all, they told us she was like a teenager. She's having such deep thoughts that I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? And also, we still have not gotten to see the white-haired girl. Like, we haven't seen her avatar. Usually, we get to see like both characters on screen, but now we don't. That's weird. That's weird to me. Maybe if she appears, the face will be like, you know, like censored some way. Like it will be like a tornado, like a twist or something. Hi Share Gaming, hi Javier. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him? So no, I will not leave. I will stay here with you. Leave this place. No, I will not. Whoa! She's so determined. Y'all, she is completely different from the white-haired girl in the other doors. Completely different. Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? You have no reason to stay. Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others, as you say, if you are not concerned about anyone else, then what does it matter what I do? What does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. Kind-hearted is crossed out again. Hold on, let me see if there's any red text here. Nope. You've been watching out for me since the day I arrived. Doing whatever you can to not inadvertently kill me. To not afflict me with your curse. No. Here's what I think. No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. They can't possibly be indifferent. Y'all, are we sure she's not an adult? No, that day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day, I thought you to be a good person. And I still believe that. I simply... Oh, this a new look to him? I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this, with a man like me. How does that make me foolish? Do you not value your life? Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant? The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that by now I could safely sneak away, get myself somewhere far from here. But even if I did, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone. To live in solitude, with no one to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to, no one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what awaits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life. Impossible. Please, don't chase me out. You are a cruel girl. Never again will I allow myself to get close to someone. Oh, something bad happened. Only to watch them die. Never again. My mother was the first to die. Wait! My mother was the first to die. Was it because she gave birth to him? You know what this reminds me of? Maybe far-fetched, I don't know. It reminds me of the first story, you know, when Mel told the white-haired girl that his grandpa died inside of a lovely lady. So it might mean that this is the grandpa, and the lovely lady might have been, you know, the mother. Maybe? My mother was the first to die. It happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence. Maybe the stories aren't connected that much, but since the first 3 stories are in a chronological order, yeah, maybe this one has something to do with the Rose Garden as well. We'll see. It seems like the Rose Garden is something that keeps coming back up, so we'll see if this one has some kind of thing with the Rose Garden. Right now, I'm also getting like that the maid and the white-haired girl, they have a very close connection. Very, very close connection. And almost like they're protecting each other, maybe? We still don't know who the person we are is. The one with the maid. But the maid for sure is someone very important. And so is the white-haired girl. But who we are? I don't know. I don't think it's anyone in the first, second or third story. Just as the painting said, the man in the painting. But maybe it tricked us, I don't know. We'll have to continue. But as the number rose, it became clear that I was cursed. And I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives. Attendants unfamiliar with me, or those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. Y'all, this sounds horrible. I couldn't take it any longer. So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here. You elected to live alone, so you wouldn't hurt anyone. Kind-hearted indeed. With such a curse. For better or for worse, I was born into a noble house. So rather than abandon me, they've provided me the means to live out of sight. I will be very careful. I will do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while, and death has not befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, and I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're two of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything, and I think you understand just how scary that is. So, why are you so stubbornly insistent on it being me? I'm sure there's someone else out there. Someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward. It has to be you, I'm certain of it. Why? Because, well, you can't tell me? No, I can't, just, please don't get upset with me. I think I might really, really love you. What? Wait! Oh, that was quick! Hold on, let me see if there's any red text. Nothing yet. Huh. Y'all. I feel confused. I have theories, but I'm confused. But this is so interesting. His was a power that evoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon such a beautiful young man. And a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Like something confined to words upon the page. It seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, His peculiar powers were indeed real. That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happens that those curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Heh. Although you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master. The doors to the past through which we have passed. This very mansion. And as a matter of fact, the two of us, now as you just saw, the white-haired girl found herself enraptured with this man and his accursed power. How do you think Michelle acted in response to her proclamation? He had spent so long refusing to interact with others. No, unable to interact with them. As such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there, expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "I'll consider it." And with that, he returned to his chambers. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotions. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations that, knowing the truth, she still wished to remain in the mansion. And that, knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she had declared for Michelle was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth to her words. But he had gone through his life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him. So he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair. Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michelle had asked for time to think. He had still yet to show himself again. This is all my fault. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls on the off chance she might run into him. As per his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that he had secluded himself away for so long. So she worked up her courage and made her way to his room. Oh my gosh, what if he opens the door and they're like this close to bumping into each other? Oh my gosh. That's gonna be dangerous! Okay. Nothing? What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my bounds. Before opening my mouth, every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and a desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at a door sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then let it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, then pulled it back, also doing this a number of times. Hehe. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. I just can't find the courage. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off his back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. The white-haired girl moved her small fist toward the door. Which then swung open. Oh my gosh! Jump back! Jump back! I'm sorry. Please, you must announce your presence. We were about to knock several times, but you know. I almost walked right into you. Y'all. Sometimes I'm like, am I a psychic? Am I? Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap? I'm sorry. And I believe I told you to stay away from my chambers. You did, so I spent a long time debating whether I would, but I decided I really wanted to tell you this. Oh well, actually, I'm truly sorry. And he's gonna be like, oh, so you withdraw your confession of love? Is that what you're doing? And he was probably gonna say something like, I accept your love, and then, oh okay, never mind. What? The other day, I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way out to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings into your face, not considering that might not be what you wanted. Just running non-stop, not thinking at all. Okay, so she's not taking it back. She didn't say like, she didn't mean it that way. I was terribly disrespectful to you, completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man, I truly believe that. But you were only being courteous because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl. So I would love it if I could stay here. It would be a wonderful blessing. But if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, and I'll take my leave of this house. Say something! Hold on. I'm sorry. Don't be. My mind went blank for a moment. What? I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day, you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you say you leave without a struggle. You holed up in your room for so long that I thought you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here, I do. I think you should do whatever pleases you. Huh? You can stay or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other. So, I'm not imposing? To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room. What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to. to prevent what almost happened a few moments ago. So we don't accidentally run into each other. So, sorry. You're forgiven. Now come in. Okay. Is this a necklace? If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. What? Did he make it? Pick it up. It has a little bell. It's adorable. It has a little bell! So he knows where she is, so they don't bump into each other, right? Please make an effort to wear that while you're in the house. Cute. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into one another. Just like now. So I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk. Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this? That's right. What other reason would I have? I think most people would assume it was because they had put you in a bad mood or that you didn't want to see them. I have little sense of how most people see the world. Sorry. I appreciate it though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me. It would be difficult not to after the other day. He hasn't called her name once. She said her name is Giselle. And it still says the white-haired girl to us. And we still haven't seen her. That makes me think even more that this white-haired girl isn't the actual white-haired girl that we've been seeing. Because this door seemed to be corrupted. And also because her personality is completely different. Like it's night and day. Hehe. I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better word to describe it. I couldn't be happier. You're being dramatic. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it. Why? It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. Well, this is for a good reason. This is for a good reason. It's not like he's affixing a bell to, you know, a pet. You're not livestock. You're a person. That's why you turned it into a necklace? Thank you very much. I want to see this necklace! I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michel. Don't call me Lord, please. Alright then, I'll just call you Michel. And also, I don't really want to believe that this is the white-haired girl because she was so young in this, so I'm like, I'm just gonna assume that that is also something that is maybe not real within this door. And will you please call me Giselle? Yes! Finally! And I was just mentioning this too, like, wow, he hasn't even called her by her name. Hold on, let me... It's not crossed out now. What? What the? Look at this! Ah! What in the... Anything else that looks really weird? This is X'd out. That her name is not X'd out anymore. But this is weird. Ah. The windows. What? If we could open the windows. Never mind. I was just thinking you wouldn't need the bell at all if we could get some light in here. They can't be opened? They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here. I assumed you had boarded them all up. That was done long before I ever arrived. After so many years here, though, I hardly consider it an inconvenience anymore. It also serves to repel wanderers. Wanderers! Back to love and deep space! Oh, really? Is there something odd about that? No. It's just... I realized I had the wrong impression about a number of things. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn. Of all the people I have ever met, you are perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness, the dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight. You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you. Much better than me. What was that? Did you all see that glitch? Oh my god, what is this noise? Oh my gosh, let me just... Oh! Hold on, let me just... What? Images are slithering to my head, replacing memories before they can surface. Stop. What? He never called her Giselle. Michael? Or Michelle? Are you corrupting these? Oh, this noise. Oh my freaking gosh. Hold on. It's distracting me. It is distracting me. Anything else? No, and then we have this. Ah ha ha ha, what a beautiful story. Much better than the real thing. Is it not, my dear? This is not the real story. So if this is not the real story, I'm like thinking, what in it is not the real deal? And is it the person? That day when I first saw Giselle, I mean, we don't even see Giselle. She's just like a shadow. Maybe she'll appear, or maybe I don't know if I'm not the. Am I even gonna trust that? I don't know. I don't think I will though. That day when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me. Ooh. But as my doubts about her faded, did we get more text? No. I began feeling something very different. As though the lump in my heart had been melted away. I began to yearn for her to be at my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last. Y'all, this sound. Knowing full well how foolish it was, I found myself captivated by her. I found myself wishing to have her stay with me. Dang. Holy moly. And that marked the true beginning of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been unable to attain until then. Okay. If it is getting corrupted because the master with the maid, that master is in this story, I'm thinking we might be Michelle. And Michelle might be the one, like, corrupting it. Or it might be, like, the both of them. Well, the man in the painting said such things, so... Because of how tragic it is, like the trauma of it. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been unable to attain until then. Nevertheless, they were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michel, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted. He taught her in the feeble light of a candle placed upon the table, the two sitting across from one another. Though Michel seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, so he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached a point where her comprehension was adequate enough without assistance. Her next request then was for them to read through a book together. Have you read every book in the library? No, I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I'm sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord. Foolish make-believe tales. You're not fond of fiction, I take it. What value is there in the lies and fantasies of another? Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you places you could never go. Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying and they can be exhilarating. They may not be real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing they saw. You are a very empathic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to, though I can no longer remember what it feels like. I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry. I'm making you uncomfortable again. How about we read this book today? It appears to be a collection of legends. You haven't read this one yet, then? That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for the both of us. It looks like it's a record of local legends. The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions. Hehe, I am curious what kind of stories this area has. The two of them were looking down at a simple, undecorated volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends, passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages and Michelle simply watching so as to not brush against her. Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hands to a stop. I just thought about something. You know, at that mirror, or was it a window? Well, it gave away a reflection, and I'm pretty sure it said something about white hair. And first I was thinking that it might have been the white-haired girl, but now I'm thinking that if my theory is correct, that it might be Michelle that is the master, whom is with the maid, back in, you know, the mansion. The two of them going through doors. I think that Michelle is the master, because he has white hair, and the reflection in the mirror or the glass was of some kind of white hair, right? If I remember that correctly. Or if... am I misremembering? Could also be that. Eventually her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hands to a stop. The witch. And we've heard about this, the witch, in every single door as well. That chapter detailed the story of a witch, or more precisely said, witch's curse. I'm like, how many witches are there? The story went something like this. There once was a witch, skilled in the dark arts. Hold on, I'm gonna check. Anything weird? She lived a meager but peaceful life alongside the other villagers. But then, a long, long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, and as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high into the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. The crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds, and they eventually began to take each other's lives. The witch still lived on in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse, though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. Thus, the legend has been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens. But know that road is a road to destruction. For the heavens, like in a tower? People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I face accusations of being a witch. This is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place? Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my house. I came from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go. I see. What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes. That is to say, she had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for. What if the witch is the maid, and the reason why the white-haired girl in all three doors have like resurrected, like she's reliving because she wished for something that we don't know of yet? Or they are bonded by something else. And if the maid and the master, who I believe could be Michelle, have a very close relationship, and that is why she has been waiting for him for such a long time, maybe we will have a story about her and him? I don't know. He just seems very important to her. Like, why does it have to be him? And since this door is corrupted, that would be, I would like that. She had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for. All we have to go on is a few pages. There's no saying what might have been changed or added over time, and it's almost certain the entire legend isn't written here. That said, if we are to accept everything as written, you can infer what the witch's reason might have been. And that is, if you truly want it that much, you can have it, but I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes. That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something? Go on. When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in this mansion. After reading this legend, I'm now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away. Have we gotten anything weird? Well, except this. Wow, that's a lot being crossed out. I appropriated the tale, nothing more. It is said the witch was born in this house. What? Quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such a pedigree. But... no, never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who so desperately want something? They do not care what price they must pay. And perhaps she was correct. Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion chasing after the legend. And perhaps they had encountered Michel, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, "Many things are buried here." Perhaps that included such visitors. I wonder if that story might be more than mere superstition. If the witch of legend really did exist, what would you do? It might be nice to talk to her, maybe. That's all, really? I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever visit her are there to ask for something after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that must be. I swear, I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry. Although, if we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb for the heavens might mean. Oh? The mansion has an observation tower. Well, that's how we got to this door as well. Or I suppose what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it is quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens seems like the perfect place to find her, if she really is here. Oh yes, I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion. Would you like to see it? Of course. Please, lead the way. I'm gonna grab some water, because the water is empty. The water bottle is empty. Now I just need to climb out of here without knocking stuff over. And the water bottle. as well. Parkour back into the chair. Ah. Did someone get eaten? That's exactly what it sounded like. And now I'm about to eat something. These are dates. It's strawberry and licorice taste. They're really good. Water and some grapes. Well, not now. It all ended too well. This is suspicious. Maybe either it's delirious memories of one person in their head, or maybe someone put into a delirious dream state while being consumed by something. That's a bit of my honest theories. That is interesting. I'm also feeling we are Michelle so far. Michelle, Giselle even sounds a bit similar. Yay, couple name! You're wearing a butterfly. Yeah! Yeah! The butterfly that died. Oh! I'm gonna eat one more, drink some water. And then we continue. Hold on, let me check the backlog. Guys, is it annoying when I check it too frequently? I'm trying not to be like too frequent with it, but I don't think I've been that frequent. I'm gonna save just in case. No, okay. Not at all. Okay. Great. Hi, Nacho Castro! I wanted to ask if you'll be playing the Ignis version of Final Fantasy XV. You mean the alternate ending? Yes, I was gonna do that next week. And then upload it as fast as I can. So Ignis, I think I'll have the time. Yeah, I'll definitely make time for Ignis alternative ending next week. And then upload it maybe the same week even, if I have the time. Seriously, all the redacted text log just looks so rude at first glance out of context. Yeah. And I was at first like only searching for the red text, but then I see that some other text was jumbled too. So, but here there's nothing weird except this that's being like deleted. Other than that, it's just like this, the red text here. That has been very, very weird. And right, this was also weird. And where do we have it? We had another this is really weird. Images are slithering into my mind, my head, replacing memories before they can surface. Stop. Interesting. Oh, Ignis DLC has 3 endings. Oh, I see. Then I'm gonna have to get 2 of them at least. Since I got 1 of those. No, not annoying. Don't wanna miss anything. Yeah, extra Ignis episode! I love Ignis! But I'm so scared, you guys! I'm so scared I'm gonna be crying. Because if something happens to Ignis... I'm definitely gonna prepare... what's it called in English? Well, tissues. We all know Square Enix. Like, they like making us cry, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I'm gonna cry into my Ignis figure, be like, ah! Forest of Mist flashback. Indeed! Indeed! Okay. Oh, I'm gonna drink some water, then we continue. There we go. The 2 of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. At the far end of that room were the stairs to the observation tower. The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspiring her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. Up to the tower! Here! With Michelle in the lead, the 2 climbed a long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Girl, I would have been too! Like, I need to exercise. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in the distance. A pleasantly cool, high-altitude breeze brushed across her face. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of partially rotted wood stood. Michelle pulled open the door. I remember this door. Didn't it say that it had like holes or something? Revealing a small room with no windows or doors in sight. This is the top of the tower. Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from there. No, wait, that door had blood on it, and I remember like removing the dialogue, and I was like, what you mean blood? Was it that door? I could be misremembering. You know, when we went through like all of the different places, and then when we went to this door. Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from there. Her face contorted in confusion. The white-haired girl threw her gaze about the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling, and slightly below it, a single small window through which shone a little ray of light. The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical fairy tale quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew toward the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. If you look closely, you can see seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stone differs slightly on either side of the seams. I presume something caused them to seal off the window after it was built, though I don't know what that something might be. When Michelle's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. Well, let's see if we got something interesting. Nothing yet. The man who never flinched at anything, who had long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched. He had never seen her illuminated so vividly before, and he was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty. For someone who had been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts, and more like one of the host of heaven. Michel undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her. Oh, so cute! Look at her! Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven. Yes, perhaps so. Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. You know, it feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening. The master and the maid! If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her? I would ask her to tell me her true feelings, to tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt. This woman people branded a witch. The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It's also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling she was just persecuted, like me. Like me and you. Unlike you, I truly am impure. Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I'm a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living being. And that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death. If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power, regardless of whether it came from God or the devil, then I would be able to grant people's wishes. My wish need not be granted. But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I wouldn't be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? It doesn't have to be in this life. I pray the day will come that we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another life. Happiness is very much a stranger to me, but am I allowed to dream too? You are. I will never touch you, I swear it. But I would like to dream about it. I would like to imagine placing my hand upon your cheek. You can. Reach your hand out for me. You don't mean that right now, right? You mean just, you know, visually inside your head, right? Whoa. Oh, what? All of this is just X'd out. Look at this. What? What? You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by the fireplace? We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What? Hold the frick up. Hold the frick up. What? Wait, 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 wait. Okay. My dear friend, the two of us have much more in common with each other than anyone else. We both suffered at others' hands, and we both deserve to have our vengeance. Go on, what's the matter? Make this tale into your reality. Surrender yourself in this moment to this beautiful story and remain here in the mansion with Giselle. Watch in this moment, this dream. Who are you? Well, that's a surprise. You actually have a conscious mind. And are you aware of who you are? Ah, you know nothing. Who are you? Someone you once spent a great deal of time with. I must say, I'm impressed you made it back here, my dear. Your soul was ground into dust. I will all come back to you eventually. And then I'll be there with you again, my dear, whispering into your ear for centuries to come. And this time, I will not fail. I'll mold your soul into the same shape as mine. Ahaha, what a wonderful little show these puppets are putting on for us, wouldn't you say? Whoa! Giselle? Giselle? Indeed, that is Giselle. The white-haired girl standing there is Giselle. We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. Whoa. You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by the fireplace? Oh my gosh! That is so smart. I will imagine it too. I am imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth. curse them, slaughter them, revile them, inflict eternal suffering on all their souls. Take revenge on the fools who laughed as we agonized. There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross. Oh my gosh, this is so interesting! What happened? There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross. For if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, so they did so within the confines of their imagination, envisioning it in as much detail as they could manage. It was sad but sweet, a moment of pristine, unattained beauty. The two of them emanated serenity, as fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole. At the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The dream did not last long, no, for God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together, that was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable, only a quiet, peaceful life together. But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. Oh my god, this is so good! This is so good! So, when are we getting the real story? Is what I'm thinking. Like, this is clearly made up. Oh, why am I startled so easily, y'all? Is someone at the door? Maybe it's a delivery, a food delivery. The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Consequently, when she heard a knock on the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside. That forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. Oh, right. The stores in the cellar are almost exhausted. It must be this month's delivery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michelle over, she made her way out of her chambers and headed for the entrance. What if it's someone else this time? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There had only been a single knock, leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. So without a second thought, she opened the door. And there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are ye the witch that'll grant people's wishes?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch. And he did not seem particularly right of mind either, perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days. Or perhaps it was because he was so beaten down that he thought to ask for a witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here. Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house. I promise you, there isn't. Now please, be on your way. Hey, any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? And you're telling me to get lost? I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please. Is there really no witch? There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. Now I'm scared for her. Like, even if this is a made-up story, now I'm scared for her. Like, he might do something. If she does exist, she doesn't live here. I see. Then that means you're just an ordinary person. Uh-oh. No, tell him you are the actual witch. Oh my gosh. Tell him that you're super strong and you can curse him. Oh my gosh. Michelle, get down here. Just a person. Just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do. Oh my gosh, I was worried about this. No, get away from me. What are you doing? Why waste time waiting for you to get me a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. I'm so hungry I could eat human. You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God? God? If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear and I'm sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up at a house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Michelle, get down here! Who's gonna stop me? No one. That's who. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation. Ah, there's a thought. You're a woman, so for no. Oh, finally, Michelle. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was freaking stressful. What are you doing? What? There are other people here? The white-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michel grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man. The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near-perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michel. What? Oh no! Michel! Haha, how stupid must you be to come at me unarmed? Well, you're about to die now anyway, so... But it is dark now as well, so Michel is not gonna see the white-haired girl. In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michel's blood. Red spilled from the gash in his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment. You're the only other person here by the looks of it, eh? Perfect. I'll take you both out. You. What? You don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into. What are you on about? Regret your ignorance to your very last breath. You're messed up in the head, yeah, madman. Hey, stay the hell back. Take one more step and... There we go! There we go! I inherited the witch's curse. Let go. Michelle clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but... Uh-oh. What's happening? The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michelle's grip. Ah, me face. Gah, I can't breathe. Leave this place immediately, though you won't get far afflicted with my curse. Uh-oh, bye-bye. Helpless to fight back. Nay, helpless to even consider fighting back. The bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michelle remained. I just saw a man's life drained from him. His face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault, anyway, if I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm. We need to get that wrapped up. Yeah, immediately before he gets an infection. Oh my gosh, wait, she can't do anything because he has to do it himself. Please do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. No, a degree of the blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. Well, yes. For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. So like I said, please don't apologize. Alright, thank you. Michelle? I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. Had the flame of Michelle's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red and an awkward smile on Michelle's normally blank face. Nothing has been crossed out. So does that mean that this might have been real? He also might have seen a little glimmer on her cheek, where a few drops of his blood had landed. Wait. The blood maybe doesn't do nothing? But alas, they had no light. Oh, wow, this is interesting, y'all. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin. But the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been from the bandit. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Uh-oh. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God have not picked something little better for her? By the time the two of them realized what was happening, It was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes? Oh, you are there. I am. Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no, I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now, and it's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How? How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body? Michelle, can I ask you a favor? Go ahead. Stay with me, please. As much as you can, until the very end. I was going to do as much anyway. Thank you. I'm happy, Michelle. Happier than I have ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved. But only me. I wonder how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened the door that day. I wouldn't be leaving him all alone. And we could be happy together for even longer. Yes? Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now. I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life. Take your beauty away and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. That always startles me, always. Okay. Oh! This is all a lie. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Okay. We have this. Dark. Dark. It's dark. How long has it been dark here? How long have I been in the darkness? It's so cold here. Freezing. Where? Where could she have gone? Where could she, Giselle, yes. Her smile shines so bright, it can cast away the darkness. I must take her hand. She's been calling for me, for so long. Take her hand? But I'm cursed. That would kill her. No, 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 this is all a lie. On his way back from the washroom several days later, Michelle heard muffled voices. You got it? Kill him, maybe? Good? No! He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men, and they were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. An indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. This is definitely the place. That half-dead bandit said she was in this mansion. What? Half-dead bandit? Ouch, my leg. Well, it was a he who was here, but you know, this story isn't really accurate right now. Listen well, no matter what we find in there, we kill it. It could be a child, for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch, kill the witch. What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. In that moment, Michel regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it, but it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto a path of tragedy, and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michel's mind raced. Was there anything he could do about this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he had been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well. Michel, a weak voice, came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling toward him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself. Also, another thing, we're not seeing Michael anymore. We're not seeing Michael as like an image of him. We're not seeing that, and we're not seeing an image of her either. So that image might completely be fake. We have seen a silhouette of a woman with short hair, and in that image she did have short hair, this white-haired girl. But one would assume that maybe, you know, she would also have like an avatar. But she still doesn't. I had a sinking feeling, and I heard noises on my way here. It seems that I have brought all my misfortune upon you. Don't say that. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. You never would have been in any danger. Please, Michel, hand me over to the men outside. Absolutely not. I will do no such thing. They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. And they believe it's the witch's curse. But you're not a witch. They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over, and then escape on your own. I could never Please, Michelle. I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over? What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me, who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world. Michelle. Oh, they broke in. Oh my gosh, let me see if there's anything new. Oh my gosh. Would you be willing to die with me? If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. It's so lonely not having anyone. To live alone, to die alone, to not have anyone watching over you, for no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me, to be there, to hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. The sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain, to allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll... Michelle and the white-haired girl choose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of the men, and their stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always. The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michelle considered several times offering her his hand, but the possibility that doing so might rob her of her last scraps of life stayed his hand. It sounds like they broke down the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm so sorry for asking this of you. Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the one place in this mansion with any sunlight. The one place I can get a good look at you. Thank you. Oh. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. That I was able to meet you. And more than anything, that you said you cared about me. Have I managed to become an essential part of your life? Do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same as you, I'm sure of it. The two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing? Go on. Would you embrace me? If this is to be the end, if this is to be my last chance, then I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please don't refuse me this, Michelle. Just do it, please. I won't keep you waiting long. Thank you. Oh my god, look at this! The truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you. I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very... Oh my gosh! Even if this story is not real, y'all, this is tough. She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Could you not have given us some other miracle? One that would allow us both to survive. Where are you? Where'd you get off to? I can't find her, damn it. Hey, there's some stairs over there here. They lit up. Beneath the single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michelle determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully this sight. He gave a fleeing glance back at her pristine corpse, then opened the door and stepped through it alone. He would protect that room where she lay. Hey, there's someone up here. So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch. Wait, that's not the girl. The raucous sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he had expected, they were heavily armed. He glowered at the men, then sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you. You hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Michelle did not flinch at the sight of the man. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when they pierced his body. Oh no! Die and take your curse with you. I have no need for this life any longer. It's all yours. I am... I am cursed. To kill even that, which I wish to protect. But, at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse. The blood spilling from his skewered body flowed down the stairs. Down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips. What? Oh no. Oh no. Did she hear all that? Neither of them had expected what happened next, though, for God has a most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? Oh my gosh, no, this is so tragic! This is so tragic, this is so tragic. Oh my gosh. Y'all, even if this is like a false memory, nothing has been X'd out though. Y'all, I'm holding on to this. That it is all fake. She had rather not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michelle? Where have you gone, Michelle? Michelle? I smell blood. For had he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No, no. And I am sure you know just what it was she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved. So that's why the door was bloodied, but we couldn't see it on the actual image. A torrent of blood streaming down, down, down the spiral staircase, and the sickening stench it raised. No, why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjected to his curse. The life drained from their withered shells. Why did this? Michelle, why? Why am I the only one still alive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why, you said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expanded her life there in the room at the top of the tower, perhaps this tale could have had a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, been left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl, so I called out to her. The witch Morgana! Would you like to see him once more? What? I have the power to help you meet him again. Oh my gosh. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now, I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? Yes! The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask for her assistance if I met her. But that's all changed. Now that I've lost him, if it's truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else, your body and mind shall be reconstructed. As shall his. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. What you make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. Remain who you are? Y'all! If the master is Michelle, then Michelle met the maid, whom is also the one who has been the one who has constantly remained. The white-haired girl has also remained herself throughout her reconstructions, but she doesn't have a memory of it. And she's still somebody else. Like at first she is a noble, and then she is running away from something, and you know, she's not like a constant anything. You must remain who you are. Okay. I don't know. Huh. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. Oh! If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. And that is what I'm feeling with the white-haired girl. That she's like reborn. But the maid is just constant. Like, she doesn't really change. She has like the same personality, and she has the same job, and she's constantly at the mansion. Could this be that she is actually the one in this story? She might be this Giselle. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me, as I am, And he, as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. And there is the deal. Heh heh heh. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction. I'm just here like scrolling in the backlog to see anything. And pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michelle, she needed to make her way to her next life. And thus, the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more. Y'all, this is so interesting! Oh my gosh! But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have still yet to reunite. Is that so? Okay. She might mean that it's not her. Have they, master? Hehehe. You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You were present in every single era. Oh! Oh! In every single era? The one who's been constant in every single era is the white-haired girl. Michelle, we haven't seen everything of Michelle, but he's also been called a witch. Huh. He might have, you know, been present in another way. Something about the mansion? The rose garden? Or he might have always been there in every single era, but we've never seen him. And they're gonna show us? Yeah, I don't know now. You were present in every single era. The reason for which is as I described in the previous tale. Because you yearn to be reunited with someone. But that person never showed up in any era. But it didn't feel like the white-haired girl was waiting for someone. And she's never been like a constant. Like, she's lived different lives. And poor sweet you, having no memory of any of that. Lived those lives with other men. She's speaking to the white-haired girl. Wait. Are we still inside the door? Dang. Have they, master? Hmm. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras then? It's almost as if she's talking with herself. The door swung closed. Or like she spoke with the master and then she like redirected her focus toward the white-haired girl. But rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high upon the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, you both stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle but briefly cold smile as she looked straight at you. It is not your fault misfortune befell you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. This is like she's talking to the white-haired girl. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted, constantly betrayed, the man you were waiting for never appearing. After so long, your spirit worn down to the bone, you lost any and all awareness of who you even were. The only man that we've seen the white-haired girl really wait for was Jacopo. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch Morgana, who haunts this mansion. Well, that explains the switch up directly from the witch and then the maid. And you're the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Well, I guess I was wrong. Did my calling you master confuse you? Hell yeah! I thought I was a man! You can call me mistress. You can call me mistress. But still, what you're saying is still not... It is still like colliding with what Morgana said. So are there two of you? If so, then I apologize. Girl! What are you... Maybe there isn't anything else that I need to go into the backlog for. My habit of calling the master or mistress or the house master is quite deeply ingrained. She was like, there's no non-binary word for this yet. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. Y'all, the way I tricked myself. that I wish for you to remain here. Y'all, I thought I was cooking! To stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry. There is nothing to fear. But can I trust what you're saying? Hold on. I shall grant you both eternal pray Make up your mind. You want to if that's what you want, you need to remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. Can we trust the maid? I mean, they're saying two different things. Like they're quite colliding. Why does it now? Why does it feel like she's tricking me? Like that I have. So let us put an end to this journey. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once sought, and I am sure you shall find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen away from me. Despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you would not willingly repeat the same fate. If you knew of all the pain it has caused you to suffer thus far, spend eternity with me in the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for you, her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. Is there anything hidden? Ah! You thought back on your time with her in the mansion. She had, indeed, always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered. What were you to do? Y'all, that door... Wasn't that door... Like, wasn't that door... fake? The maid doesn't seem to know it, or what? Or she knows? I'm thinking there is still more to be done. What should we do? What should we do? Okay, now I'm reading chat. I'm thinking there is still more to be done. What are we gonna take? The next door. And which option is that? It's the one you guessed. Oh, okay. But I'm kind of curious what these will do, but we can do that another time. I did save, didn't I? Yes. Great. Oh, there is multiple endings here. Okay, great. I will not save over this. There is still more to be done. Let's go! Oh my gosh. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she had just told, with her, and with you, yourself. Assuming everything she had said was the truth. Which or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who had claimed to be the witch! And that wasn't all. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. A fabrication. The man in the painting, he knew. He knew. None of your questions had been answered. Oh my god, I'm getting chills! You still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long ago that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. So, you're not the white-haired girl. There was still more to be done. You had to find the truth. You needed to find someone. That much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was, what about her? Oh, I'm getting chills! I'm getting chills. What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? He never did say her name. The woman who had so cheerfully called you master. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house. So we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. It's just the beginning after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. Oh my god! It's dark. Oh! This sound again! Oh! It's dark, dark, it's dark, it's dark again, it's dark, 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 constantly engulfed in darkness. Does it look different? You threw it away every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I'll give you a world that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. We can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here in this world. You'll be right at home. No. I did the best I could for you. Nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much a world of darkness may suit me, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. Let's go! Ahaha, this is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible a decision that is? What do you mean? Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. What? Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own? That you were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others? If that had been your suffering, if the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out, you couldn't possibly have endured it. But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Oh, someone really doesn't want us to remember whatever you try to hide. And I feel like the maid tried to trick us there. So this might be. I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. I'm guessing I just keep on pressing that. Ah, how foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back. What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you here, dear. Oh my gosh, everything just red. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There is no salvation for you anywhere. None. At all. Anywhere. From anyone. Ever. She has long since lost all grip on reality. And you think there's anything you can do for her now? Despite having repeatedly failed to even regain yourself. We're trying! Ha 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 ha. Well, I suppose if you're going to be stubborn. As much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul? What? That's right. The white-haired girl was never at the mansion. Okay. Oh my gosh! Y'all, the green eyes, the dark hair! Is it? And the red rose! Green eyes? You know who else has green eyes? The freaking maid! There is still a story left untold. What? She doesn't want him to remember? If that is her, the fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No, that was the truth. That was where it all began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost until you showed up here and... What? You reach out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. Are we about to know who this is? Your mind, your consciousness, your heart, your soul, and your body. It's Michelle, isn't it? Who are you? The veil in your mind dissipates. A crack forms in the shell encasing you. Then another. The invisible shackles chaining your spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the indistinct, foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes. Long hair. Your voice. No. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail and my joints weak. But despite my resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her! Y'all, if this is not Michelle, I don't know who else. Her father? Could still be. This is who I am. What if he is actually the white-haired girl's father? This is who I am. I have finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. And that's exactly why I came here. What? I have no idea what you are talking about. Yes, she does! She does! If there is something, we know that the maid does not forget. I have always waited for the white-haired... There was never a white-haired girl. In none of the stories? There was only... This time I must say her name. She is Giselle. Okay, I wasn't out of my mind. I was... I feel so proud of myself. Giselle. There was only you. I am Giselle. Maybe this part, maybe PTSD just wiped it from her memory. So in that door that we were in, that fabricated door, the white-haired girl's story was actually Giselle's story, but it didn't seem like it was the complete story anyhow. No, I am not Giselle. She doesn't want to remember it either, so it was traumatic for her as well. As if she wants, you know, to just clean the slate and begin on something new. Begin on a clean slate, that's what you say. No, no, I am not Giselle. I am a servant of the house. And I am the witch. The cause, you are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Why do you insist that you're the witch? What changed you so much? Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh. The shadowy figure in the master bedroom. That was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? She lived for too long. Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. No, what I need to face is my past and her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Everything about it had been changed. The past I lived and the wounds she bore were more grounded in harsh reality, not wrapped in a film of fairy tale magic. That was the final tale, and it was all true. Yeah, she's really trying here, but our main character here, he knows. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No, how can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy, but was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the three preceding doors, there had been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting motivations. Yes, exactly. Like, this door felt rushed, like parts were missing the entire freaking time. And she just went like, well, I love you. Like, we didn't have any build-up at all. And then it was just like, bum dead. But there was hardly a trace of that behind the fourth door. The characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want to turn it into? Is that what you want our history to become? Our history? Our... But I don't remember anything at all. Y'all, she doesn't want to remember. Also, do I have to keep scrolling? Is there anything hidden now? It shouldn't be, right? I don't remember anything. No. I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No. Y'all, I need to know her story. Y'all, this is gonna be tragic. This is gonna be so tragic. That is not my name. Please, stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't have to hurt, that's all I want. Y'all, this freaking plot twist is amazing. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then... Wait. Save! Oh my gosh! Y'all, I need to go to the bathroom. What do I pick there? I want to continue! I know I was told that something would be timed, so I'm pausing it here. Hold on, where is my lip gloss? There it is. Oh no, my hair. Let's see what's happening here. Make her remember. Yes, that's what we're gonna pick. Only door 4 had the hidden chat log stuff. Don't worry about it. Okay, great. I guess we are Michelle and white-haired girl was the maid. Yeah. That's... I've decided to stop guessing for now. Wait, oh. I can't even scroll without the game. Hold on. Have I missed anything fun? Make her... Okay, let's pick make her remember. I'm just gonna drink some water. Oh, of course I didn't have any water. Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'm also wondering what will happen if we choose the wrong. But we will eventually get to that as well, since we have them saved. There we go. Okay. Not remembering isn't an option. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself. So let's open the real door together. There are no other doors to open. But there is. One that can only be opened by our hands, because it exists between the two of us. Not a door with physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasped her unnaturally cold hand. A hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit, this is her door, her history, her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. But that's the road we traveled. And down the road, down that road, lies all the answers. Oh my gosh! Yo, I'm so hyped! I'm so hyped! Whoa, the fourth door! The fifth door! Oh, okay. I love that, love that. Never knew a visual novel could be this freaking interesting. It had been several days since I left the capital. and I could still see it when I closed my eyes. The people lined up on the Grand Pont, awaiting entry, eager to start a new life there, brimming with hope. It was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. And look at these roses that appeared here. If you were a performer, you could get some of those costs shaved down a bit by putting those skills to use. Maybe Michelle was the one who had that rose garden for her. The red roses. The capital was harsh on those who wanted in, and apathetic about all who left. It was composed of a powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. And it was the city I had called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was heading. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, all right then. The coachman was frustratingly taciturn. He acted as though he had gotten stuck transporting a prisoner, though that was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. Even the times he would acknowledge I had said anything, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes, to pretend he didn't regret ever taking this job. And I would just fall silent again. Y'all, this music is so beautiful. The road was gradually getting narrower. We had long since left the paved city roads behind, and were now traveling along a couple worn-down groves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought on it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense woods, a mansion appeared before us like the world fading into view after a dream. It didn't seem to be an especially large house. It had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was, thankfully, not standing in ruins. This deep in the forest? The carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you, very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I'm looking for, yes? But the driver didn't even acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. He seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. He could have said something. Oh well. That was about all I could say anyway. Oh well. I couldn't blame anyone for being here, or for his wanting to get out. I should get going, I guess. Getting a better look at it, the house's windows were strangely enough all shuttered. It was probably dark as pitch inside. Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I I placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. What if I couldn't get in? I had no idea what else there was in the area. If the door didn't open, then I would die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I was not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. The door was heavy, and though it seemed to protest my attempts to enter, it still opened much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it felt as though I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I closed the door, it was so dark I couldn't even tell where I was walking. I wonder if the window's open. Though I managed to fumble my way over to a window, it was tightly shuttered, and the shutters caked with rust. I was probably not getting it open without a fight. Darn, not a hint of light. I couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It felt as though the floor would fall out from under me, and I would sink into the eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of a long corridor. I pulled it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. It was too dark to see anything, but I could feel something different, present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. My chances were slim, I imagined, but if there was even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. It had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'll be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly I heard a voice, and I could sense someone else in the room. The man's voice was emotionless. Neither deep nor high. Before long, he came into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Then again, I could hardly make out any detail at all under the light of a single candle. Is this, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned. Oh no, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. But I do think it could do with some light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I am not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. I am no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion? They say that a witch lives here. Not merely a witch, a cursed witch. If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch's mansion to atone for my transgressions, back in the city. It didn't matter what lived here. I had no choice. Which will strike you first, I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch's name was Morgana. This is the same story as when we got the chance to extend our hand or not do it. But I remember it as the witch is me, Morgana, something like that. Is me. There it came. Oh, now the art switched up here. Leaves? Yes. That was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and wariness. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it all began, where my history with her commenced. Oh, hold on, maybe the art switches here depending on whose POV it is. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty! The woman had jade eyes. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying per se. The rumors said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one who filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, wow. Ha 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 ha. Here I was thinking you were kind of scary, and it turns out you're actually quite funny. What? No, I'm gonna love this dynamic. I just know it. I just know it. I'm gonna love this dynamic. I never would have guessed you were someone to tell such a ridiculous joke with a straight face. I wasn't. You don't look at all like a witch. Oh my gosh, look at her eyes! There's so much kindness in her eyes. I mean, it's dark and I can't really see, but you seem to me like a rather handsome man. The word witch has broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, can be considered a witch. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. What do you... It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Master? I was sent here from your old home. I was an Abigail for your mother, but, well, I might have made a little goof. I froze the moment the word left her mouth. Home. It rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that almost brought me to my knees. Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me now? And not even sending someone to bring me back, just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose had they shipped an Abigail out to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this another one of her attempts to break my curse? What do you mean you made a little goof? My voice came out weak. I did my best not to let it show on my face. It was a teeny tiny mistake. I love that. She made a little goof. She's so cute. Oh, I need water. I'm gonna switch up my sitting position. There. Knees up. Ah, this is nice. Oops, sorry about that. I'm not too low, am I? It was a teeny tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. What did Mother say about me? Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much. Father sent you? That made even less sense. Oh? Why would he have? Did father even know I was here? Oh. Huh. So they don't seem to have a very good relationship. I mean, for the father not even knowing where his son is. No, if he had known, I would have been... killed maybe, or what? Who was this woman? And what was her goal in asking to stay here? Well, there you have it. I'll be here for a while. If you need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much, being as skinny as you are. I turned my back on her without responding. No matter what her goal was, she had been sent from that house. There was no way anything good could come of that, and there was no way I could live with someone who had ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave. Master. And so I kept ignoring her. Master, master! I ignored. Master! I ignored her. Master, what would you like for supper? Nothing. But failed, spinning back and shouting. Her eyes went wide, and then she gave a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncomfortably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs, so if you're hungry, you should really eat. I said I didn't want... Was that her stomach? Was that... Cute! I already adore Giselle. What was that sound? Must you ask? That's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know. Huh? You know... It was a long trip, and all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. Oh, this is gonna be fun, but tragic, I just know it. Well, they said so. And would like some supper? The kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There's food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. Thank you so much. I honestly feel like I haven't eaten in days, and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. I plan on exploring the house anyway. Now he's gonna be like, don't go into my bedchamber! It's rather exciting being in a new place. Y'all, she's so full of life. She has such a brightness to her. So I understand why Michelle was like, where is that shining light? When he spoke to the maid, who is Giselle. Ugh. Damn it. That did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I'll have nothing to do with it. Oh, Master, are you sure you don't... No. Master? Master? What is it now? My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name, Oh, Master, you... I actually left the room that time, making my way back to my chambers. I wonder if he has this curse where he, you know, the curse where he touches people and they die. Does he still have it in this door? Or was that also a lie? At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out. Or maybe he gains it. Especially considering she had come from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. I like how this is starting! Oh, I love this. When there's a build-up, I love it. Now it's her POV. I didn't really understand Michelle. But that was probably because we were still essentially strangers. Having been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes, I wasn't sure who I might find there, but I was tentatively convinced he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me except stay away. Michelle spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had told me to never enter under any circumstances, so we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. I figured if I kept that up long enough, he would eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy our time together was obviously preferred to the alternative. If I did manage to break the ice, I hoped we would be able to do some talking about the mansion, about him, about me. I just had to keep working at it. Michelle didn't need to take care of him. Didn't need me to take care of him. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself. And in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for his servant. I hadn't met anyone like him before. All right then. That meant about all I could do was clean. I wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the house was, quite frankly, an absolute disaster. The dust was so heavy it was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started. It couldn't be healthy to live in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room in the house one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning. In fact, I considered myself quite good at it. But because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle, I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's actually a vampire. Girl, you and me both. I was thinking it, but I was thinking that about you too. Oh god. Wouldn't that be something? I can see it now. Him sneaking out every night to suck the blood of pretty girls. Priceless. Ah, that means I'm in trouble. Oh, she knows she's pretty. Ah, because she is. Look at me, Miss One-Woman Comedy Show here. Yep. Y'all, I love her. If I'm able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe that'll give me a little more room to make some changes. Like opening some windows. No light and no fresh air. No thank you. Anyway, I set the candlestick down, pulled over a chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelf. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven, as it wobbled slightly beneath me. Uh-oh, she gonna fall, isn't she? So many books. The books are gonna fall. I wonder, do they all belong to him? I knew parchment was expensive. This is the same. So it was rather astonishing seeing this many stacks of it in one place. There were even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. I'd spent enough time at his family's home. I was a constant bustle of servants, and it was a constant bustle of servants and guests. The exact opposite of what this mansion was like. Why had he left his home? What had he done to be sent all the way out here, to this remote mansion with a less than savory reputation? Need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I'm a servant now. A servant. But once the thought had crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I'd always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck, pushing to scratch the itch no matter how much my actions annoyed others. I couldn't do that here though. I was simply a servant, and if I got on Michelle's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. I wonder what kind of books he's got in here. So I attempted to distract myself. I grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. What? But the strings binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. What? Whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And then the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Oh. Oh, for cripe's sake. I had fallen off the chair, and a downpour of books was still coming down on me. A mountain of dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly, Michelle was there, looking down on me from a little ways away. Well, at least he was still worried, or like, what is she doing with my books? There was, as usual, not much I could read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. Oh, he was worried. He ran. I was doing some cleaning and impressive work. Thank you. I did a little goof. Oh. I'm usually better than this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be expected. He's not amused. I really think we should open some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust! It can't be good for you. I'm perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he even seen himself? No way someone that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. He can make out my face in this darkness? Oh, you know, I wanted to be useful, and cleaning is about all I can do here, so, you know. I was sensing something else, but alright. Well, your spidey senses were right. But are we gonna say something? No. We can't skinny shame him either. He let out a sigh, stepped over toward the pile of books, and then reached his hand down for me. Reached his hand down! He doesn't have the curse! I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was still splayed out on the floor. I feel like I have hair in my face. Hold on. I think I have cat hair in my face. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so he's not cursed. Well, yet. But I raised my hand up to take his, only for him to pick up a book instead. Well, that was embarrassing. And she was probably like... And he... Yo, this is a fun dynamic. I love it. I love it. I love it. She's gonna melt his heart away. Just watch. You could at least help me up. You have legs. But they're tired. And also, she fell. She fell. Giselle, be like, ow, my leg. Pick me up. He said, casually returning the book to the top shelf. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. Y'all, I'm gonna be crying at the end of this. This dynamic is way too good. So, Master, are all these books yours? Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse visible on her face, despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod. I love that we are switching POV. I love it. Really? That's impressive. Must have been hard work getting them all in here, huh? There's got to be 100 books here. You could fill a whole carriage at least. Hehe, it's like you've got your own personal library. She had been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Did they not care that they trampled uninvited into other people's personal spaces? Or were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one roughly every month. Ah, I see. Wait. She turned back toward the shelves. I presumed she understood the implication of what I had just said, of the fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here, and I received only one a month. Huh? Giselle fell silent. I couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre. But I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the books served as a record of how long I had been here. 121. What? There are 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. You were counting? I thought she had just sheepishly gone quiet. What an instructable woman. You've been here in the mansion for that long? All by yourself? The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone. But Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I'm here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. No, I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book up off the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. That's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently, Giselle was unable to take a hint. You know what kind of vibes I'm getting? If anyone has played Final Fantasy VIII, Squall and Rinoa, at the beginning at least. That's the vibes. What's it about? I let out a sigh and opened to no page in particular, sticking the book out toward her. She was a servant and a woman. There was no way she could read. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. It can only produce over-sour grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. I don't know why I began thinking that Giselle might be the one to create a rose garden and then for Michelle to take care of it for her. sounds like a lord's diary. You can read? I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noblewoman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone to teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. Oh my goodness. Tough crowd. Y'all, she's so funny. But it's not very often you get to see a lord's diary. I'm rather curious what kinds of things he griped about. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumbling? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions, unsightly scribbles. And there was nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't my intention, but alright. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it. I told you, you don't have to clean. Hehe. Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together. Read together! Did you hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone else. And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. Y'all, I'm really enjoying this door. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. Uh-oh. It had been a little under 2 weeks since I had moved in with Michelle. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room, or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me. That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, he could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason to not like me, I think. I hope. He had never been very enthusiastic about my staying here. But I hadn't been given a choice. I had been sent here by his family. Besides... No. Out with the negative thoughts. This is what I like. The build-up. I love when there is some kind of a build-up and not just straight to, like, no issues, no troubles between them, no conflicts. That's unrealistic. Like just going from, oh, everything is just sunshine and rainbows and then I love you. I want slow burn, I want conflict, and then for a resolution. No, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I haven't broken the ice. Haven't broken the ice. Feels like we've read that before. I had to stay positive, optimistic, happy thoughts, and be myself. As long as I kept working at it, with enough time, Michelle would surely come around and not be so distant. I've got a goal, so let's get to work. First, I make supper. Then I ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to their reclusive types. Alright, here goes. Or here would go. But we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where the non-perishable food was stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at this makes me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortification. Had Michelle really gone 10 years on nothing but this? I would have raised the white flag long ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion at all in those 10 years. I assume he at least goes out to get supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of a life or death matter. I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once. In what are you babbling on about? Wah! Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Yeah, to ourselves. Huh? Does anyone else live here, master? I haven't seen anyone. It is just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there are ghosts? Something of the sort. Ahaha! There you go again with the jokes. I'm not a child. You're not going to trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose. But I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't, come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. A moment. Please, just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Already? That was fast. There are two of us! Michelle, are you saying that Giselle is eating too much or what? Y'all, I love this. There are two of us. I really don't eat that much, do I? In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michelle's expression, but I thought I could see a tinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Yeah. His expression is taking me out. Just closing one's eyes in annoyance. Is that a parsnip? Michelle was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See, there's still food, but decomposing. He then handed it to me. What, wait! You want to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're going to get sick. Or are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? Of course I won't eat it. Then why Giselle? Huh? I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. Y'all, this is so funny. This is so funny. I love how they clash in personality. I love this. This is the kind of couple I root for. This is the kind of couple I root for. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. Oh my goodness. What do you think I am? No, he is definitely a jerk. Or that the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. I love these two. I love these two. You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they are taking me out. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can go purchase fresh supplies. Oh my god, yes, please go shopping! I told you, I don't go outside. Drag him out. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Aw, I thought we were gonna go shopping. Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. Ah, it's our Foodora. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery but a wanderer, chase them off. How do I do that? Hiya! What? Package? Master? Hold on a second! What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? Michel stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door. At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went white, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside, only a crate easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package, Master? I turned back to face Michel, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Though it seemed more like he was avoiding looking at the light than at me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. That's heavy. Master, could I get some help? Gee, thanks. I am a servant, admittedly, but it's a lot to ask of just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once it's inside, close and bar the door, he said, dispassionately, his head still turned toward the darkness. As you wish, Master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It hadn't even been 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world growing farther and farther away. Being holed up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometime. Maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. Y'all! Is she the one making the flower garden, the rose garden? What are you doing? Open the box now. As you wish, Master. Oh, there's food inside. In the box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of bread, fruits, and wine. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michel kept in the cellar. And buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. He really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you have begun to grasp the situation. Yeah, but why? This was delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently. They think you're cursed? Right. You don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone. Or maybe that I'm insane. I couldn't. Regardless, I am not normal. Bringing the food down to the cellar. Bring the food down to the cellar. The book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back off into the woods. I'll do it. All right. Then you take care of that. Hey, what is it? I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting! For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume? Oh! Whom is it of? It's so dark, I can't see it very well, but I'm sure it's... Don't touch that. Uh-oh. What? Michel, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over and ripped the painting from my grasp. I wonder what the painting... What is on that painting? Well, we've seen a couple of paintings throughout the stories. And there was one with a scratched face. But that one was the white-haired girl. And then there was one in the first story, aside from the one with Mel. Master? His face was twisted into a look I had never seen him make before. Was it indignation, disgust, hatred, panic? I couldn't tell, but there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps something important? A landscape painting. Oh. He muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression. But his eyes were still fixated on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Why a landscape painting? Seems like this wasn't something he was expecting. I just need a little snackies. And then I continue. Maybe we should save as well, just in case. Because there was gonna be a choice that was timed somewhere in the story, so I'm like, let's just save. There is snow over there. Yeah, we have still a lot of snow. Like nothing has melted. I can make movies of Raphael and sell them to Slav. Hey. It has to be of the real Raphael, though. Snow haven't been in my city for 2 weeks now. Michelle. Michelle needs to say what hair conditioner he uses. Right? I think Michelle and Sephiroth probably uses the same one. Do we think so? Probably. Mine too. Tangles. Speaking of. But it's mostly like the ends of my hair. The tangles. Ooh. Looks so shiny! Well, that's why I love these brushes. These like boar bristle brushes. Because it looks so shiny. Michelle. So happy you got a Bob Ross painting. And then strands get ripped in half. Yeah, I have to be careful when, you know, brushing the hair. And always have to start from the bottom. When you have like thin hair strands that tangle. Slash, I have been spelling Michelle as Michelle for a while. I would have too. This sad music is making your tangled hair ends really dramatic. It's like me with a violin on my hair strands. Come on. Bea, did your Chinese outfit arrive yet? Yes, one of them. But I'm thinking if I should wait for the other one as well. Since I wanted to wear the red one during Silas and probably Zane's card, and then the more like pastel-y one with Caleb, Raphael, and Xavier. I was thinking. I've never been this sad about hair ends before. Sad music to commemorate all the fallen and broken hairs. Yeah. Okay, now let's continue. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message? Is not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Oh, of a girl? Master? Oh, you're still here. Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over and snatching the painting from me? You scared me. Could you maybe explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my... Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know what that was all about. And maybe an apology while you're at it. I love Giselle. She doesn't let anyone just run over her. I love her. But man, that she really didn't want to remember all of this. Even if she remembered it, there must be something very, very, very tragic. Other than whatever happened to the two of them. You told me to open the box, so I did. Then all of a sudden, you're angry. We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing. You don't have to be rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for it. Who in their right mind would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that? I wonder why they sent her. Like, for what reason? No, calm down, Giselle. You can't get angry. You're right. That is what I wanted. But I never wanted to make you mad, or for us to argue like this. I just want to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you can't do that, leave. I completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating were reflected in his tone of voice. Why? Why did he try to push me away like that? It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me, despite being sent here from my house. She was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason why I lived in the mansion all by myself. Why though, would they not have told her anything? Why had she been sent here, left completely in the dark? Giselle looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it all, like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet affect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough to not realize, she was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something? Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? In that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear? Terror? No, perhaps anger. I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that that was a subject she had no interest in me breaching. And so she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It's nothing you need concern yourself with, Master. I promise, it was an insignificant little thing. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant. And still you refuse to tell me. Like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you with a mere servant's personal blunders, Master. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, and yet you demand others tell you about themselves. Here you are, practically threatening me, demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about. And yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Aha, so I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live with a cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had something to do with why she was here. If she truly hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. And if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Make me. Giselle's eyes were open wide. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. Huh? You're an abomination. It was the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke, it was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders. Uh-oh! Clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Oh, stop! Her face contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? Y'all, if he is cursed, Giselle is in troubles. Or maybe she has some kind of immunity. The black furor bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare. I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What are... I never called you a... No, get away from me. Get your hands off me. Good job, girl! Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and then I came back to my senses. Oh, frantically smacked my arms aside. Is she having like a trauma response, or she might have been abused? She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tight around her body, glowering at me. Yeah, I think so, maybe. Showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. He thinks that she's disgusted with his touch, but for her, it just felt more like a trauma response. And also, you know, her wanting to, you know, get his hands off her because he was hurting her. But the way that they explained it in the story, it just feels like there has been abuse. You just, you startled me, that's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. Hey! I am, right, I have, you know... Ugh. I'm allergic to people. It's a very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? Oh, that is such a bad excuse, Giselle. See, you know how some people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or a cat? It's that, except for people, so I am sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going through your mind right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight, being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raise my hand against you first, after all. Then you forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now, you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I'm not. For it would seem I can make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Oh, Michelle! Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. Y'all, I feel like she just protected herself in a situation where someone might have touched her and then she got sent here. Like, it's either or get sent here. It would be exceedingly difficult to get the story from her own mouth, which left me with one option: to write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. Dang. He really does not like his family. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michel wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me, but there was little point in asking when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first I had been sure there was some way to get him to warm up to me. The more time I spent in the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. There was very little left of it, though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted to the pulpit's front face. What was, I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the window, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, or perhaps the cross hanging on it. I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in a mansion, but I had no one to ask about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. It's a very well-made chapel at any rate. I doubted Michel had it built for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power. No senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably tell me with a straight face that this was one too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him, and he didn't actually give us anything. He merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer is even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. Don't you worry. It'll all work out, promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of some small-time merchants like us. You never know, this could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding, haha. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine, honestly. I'll make enough money for us to get back onto our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah. Say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You're afraid I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See, how about that? Not bad, huh? What? You really think it sounded forced? I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes. But we couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then, my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. My mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry. But their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. He said they were in need of Abigails, and would love to have me. He said that if I agreed to work for them, the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took abigails from other lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just prayed that nothing bad happens to my sister. And that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. This sounds like she sacrificed herself in some way. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money, enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. It felt like a message from on high that no, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish-white illumination, shining down upon me, disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a solid woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Their nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a solid woman like me. I wonder where he's standing. I just have a feeling that he is behind the stained glass window. Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. They have plenty of money, a solid woman. And then, I never asked to end up like this. So, this is what's beneath that facade. Most likely, money's what she's after. All I need to do now is confirm my suspicions with them. Just what awful secrets will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I had stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I had seen the mansion from the outside. And it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Yes? Who is it? Michelle. What? Michelle Bollinger? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Whoa, I must say, this is rather unexpected. Just one word and I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am regrettably fresh out of carrier pigeons. Right, yes. My apologies. This man, living in a small cottage not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bollinger family. His job? To watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive and whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled, afraid too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me, or more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, and curses. Anything impure or not of this world. But I had long since gotten used to being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me. It didn't disappoint me. It didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over. Though, it certainly doesn't make me feel good either. I was, on some level, annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life. So before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head. There's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right, my sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. If the mere sight of me has you trembling, what will you do if I try to run? I would have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. So surely your mother would not. You're aware of who you're dealing with, right? Michel, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I don't need a blade to take your life. You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michel. Please do not leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill by way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, You are cursed though, aren't you? Once someone's got an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of. I'm so cursed that anyone can see it, that I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I'm here because I had a question for you. Not to warn you that I plan to run away. A question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else. I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anything. Right. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was. A hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bollinger family's internal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver it to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped off the next one. I am in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. Lord Michel? Yes? Is it true that you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again? Not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michel. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night. Ah, cursed I most certainly am. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. The delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper. Oh my gosh! And the wall between us impossibly high. When I lay bare the scars in her chest and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. Oh! 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 You guys! You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna save here. We're gonna save here because it's getting late and I have stuff to do tomorrow and also record a video. So this is where we end for today. Come on. There. On with the music. Indeed, cleaning Sunday. Dang, I feel like I left that on a cliffhanger though. Now I'm feeling like maybe we should do Friday and Saturday again, because can I really wait for Saturday? Michelle, Giselle, my favorite ship ever. Tragedy is a light word for what they go through. Oh, I'm already loving the two of them. Seriously. Oh my gosh. And just knowing that this will end tragically, I'm not ready. But I'm also relieved because they did meet up again, because they're, you know, at the mansion. She's the maid. She's very different now, but at least they're together. Oh my gosh. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. This story is very intense. Agreed. I wonder which story will be my favorite. All of them so far have been really, really good. I'm just waiting for the part where he becomes a better person. And we know that is coming. But I like this kind of dynamic. And then the person just, you know, warms up. They definitely have contrasting personalities. But I like that. It's kind of nice. Next stream about to be very traumatic. I'm gonna have to prepare a lot of tissues, I think. If you want Fridays and Saturdays, you're the boss. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I don't think I have anything planned after work on a Friday. Should be fine. Should be fine. I just need to make time for my cat first. That's about it. What kind of curse does he have? Well, he doesn't have the same curse like he had in the fourth door, the one that was fabricated. So maybe we'll get to know what kind of curse he has. But for now, it doesn't seem like it has to do with touch. So something else. Bear, will you do a fashion show to us here next week's stream? What kind of fashion show? I kinda only dress up for certain cards of Love and Deep Space. Are you starting a new Final Fantasy, or there's still Final Fantasy 15 videos left? Yeah, there's Arden's video that is left. That one is gonna air on Tuesday. And then this upcoming week, I also need to play through Ignis's DLC and get the alternative ending. And then I'm gonna upload that one as well. But as for playing something new right now, I'm just gonna upload after Final Fantasy 15 is done. Then you will have Final Fantasy 12. Which date did I say? On the 12th will be Final Fantasy 12. And then during Final Fantasy 12, I might... Yeah, I will definitely play Final Fantasy 8. So I will be recording it and uploading it after 12. But for streaming, I'll keep Fata Morgana and then Mass Effect. And then Love and Deep Space for Sundays. But with the new cards, it might be Saturday and Sunday. It depends on how long the cards are, because there's not many hours on a week. The transition from white-haired girl to maid was amazing moment. Yes, it was amazing. And also the moment from Bestia to Yukimasa, that one too, I was like, ah! Y'all, incredible, incredible. Maybe it's not about a magical curse, but about something else. Maybe it has to do with his appearance as well, because they have been talking about it with white-haired girl as well. So it might be like some kind of like, oh, he looks different than the others, so he must be cursed, like something like that. Are you using Squall hair mod for Final Fantasy VIII? Oh, you know what? I never found one, but I found a face one. I really wanted the mod that I thought I found to be real, but it was more like a suggestion. Like more of a, oh, this is how his hair should have looked like. So bummed out, because that's like one of the things that I don't like about the remaster. His hair! It's not accurate! I'm like, Square, how could you do this? Like, it's not accurate in the least. But I got the face mods. Because I didn't think Squall looked as similar to his cutscene self than his remaster like character, so I got a mod for that. Around this part was where I figured out his curse when I was playing the visual novel. So much to do, so little time. I love how the maid is always like, oh, I told the story wrong. Yeah, my bad. In those days, anything could be a curse. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, literally anything could be a curse in those days. Like, it could be his appearance, him being from, like, another mother, another father. Like, what more? Maybe he has some kind of ability that we don't know about yet. But there seemed to be something about a girl. And also with this painting. But I also do remember something that the white-haired girl said in the first story. I don't remember it quite well, but she said something about paintings, like as if she couldn't read, but paintings, something. What was it? I'm never really good at remembering dialogue like to a T. But are you good at dancing? I don't really dance. Oh. Yeah, speaking of mods, did I fix another mod for Final Fantasy VIII? I don't think I did. Maybe I like a graphics one? Did I? Yeah, I have to check. Prom? We don't really have prom here. That's not really a thing over here. Anyhow, you guys, I need to wrap it up because otherwise I'm gonna sit here for another hour and then I'm gonna be super tired tomorrow. But expect a trailer reaction tomorrow, and tomorrow I will have the last 11 Deep Space main story update uploaded. And that one is, I think it was like 4 hours almost, because it was so long. And it was sad as well. Good night! Good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Because different time zones. Bye bye! What, no 24-hour stream? Oh! Not this time! Bye! Nighty night!